everybody. Welcome on in. I hope everyone's had a good week so far. I know it's Friday. Got time to finish it all up and wrap this week on up. It has been one whole year since I started this journey, streaming and making content. Don't have the videos from when I started, but whenever we come back around to August, I do have those. So we'll be doing something over there around that time to really look back and see how things have changed. But today, we're doing some tier lists. Gonna start off with the fast food tier list and then move into the main course. Main course is going to be a very small uh, smash, pass, or friend zone kind of thing. I really didn't think too much about it. I literally just set it up fully today. But as it stands, I will leave it open for latecomers to join in until I get to it. And gonna try to take my time with the fast food and then move it into it at a kind of slow pace, hopefully. But with all that, we have one thing that is really, really just a big end goal, and that end goal is deciding on if you guys want 4 more hours to the Bully Me stream. Now, no matter what, you guys will be getting the Bully Me stream. Once the headset gets bought, the Bully stream is guaranteed to happen. As it stands now, I'm kind of just trying to figure out what day I want to do it. But upon fully funding the headset, I would probably be doing it within the next few weeks, or whenever I have a opening, or just whatever. I make my own schedule, so I really get to decide all that stuff. But if we get it fully funded today, and today is the last day to fully fund it for 4 more hours on the Bully Me stream. If we don't fund it today and we fund it a different day, it's just going to be 8 hours. And that's perfectly fine. I know a lot of people, they like me a bit too much, and so it's really chill and all that stuff. It's really just trying to figure out Just trying to figure out when and where. Now, a bit later on in the day, after the tier list, I'm going to be talking about uh, how this year has been, overall goals that I've completed, and a lot more. And so I might get into a mindset where I kind of talk about some major spoon stuff where you kind of need to know that it's going to get emotional, and if you're not very big on that kind of stuff, then it might be best to uh, go to someone else and relax over there, because I do know that not everyone can handle big spoon moments. But to start us off with, as I go through these food tier lists and everything, I'm going to be giving stories about like situations that I've come across, and while these situations might not extend to everyone else, and might not talk for all of the restaurants that are a part of the chains, it counts for the ones that are near me. Because I haven't moved in years. I've lived where I live for years and years and years. So every place around me has not really changed. They have been pretty much the same. So, and some of these I might not have ever tried, so I don't fully know, and so they will just go into bottom tier. But let's go ahead, jump on over to the first tier list. Okay. So, this is what we're going to start off with. And it's pretty nice that they went ahead and kind of have these in order from A to Z. But oh, Jesus. Now, Arby's. I've had Arby's in the past. I don't really go there. I have a lot of meats. They do have a lot of meats. But from literally everything I can remember, they always make the sandwiches look fucked. I don't know why they do it. Like, they just fuck up the layering or something. It just fucks up the whole look of the sandwich. They don't give you as much meat as the commercials, to my knowledge. It's just I don't. So I'll put them there. And they'll go in C tier. Now, now we get into Burger King. I honestly don't have a story to go with Arby's. It's just it's Arby's. Nobody really goes to Arby's. I don't know anyone who goes to Burger King either. I have not gone to a Burger King in longer than I've gone to an Arby's, and that's wild to say. Like, I've had people bring me Burger King before, after Arby's, but I haven't gone to a Burger King in forever because it's Burger King. It's like the bottom of the barrel. It's just not good. But I will give it a little bit. I'm pretty sure they're probably better than McDonald's now. So, they go for B for Burger King. I think that's very fitting. I was expecting to go a little bit slower than this, but when I don't have stories for them, I can't really slow down. That's kind of sad. Little Caesars. I grew up on Little Caesars. Little Caesars was my childhood. $5 hot and fresh, hot and ready. Hot, fresh, and ready. They got those crazy puffs now. Oh my god. Y'all can hate me later. They S tier. Y'all gonna get me going country out here. I've never had a bad pizza from Little Caesars. And when it comes to a lot of places, you typically once or twice you have something fucked up come out. And it's just like, why? Y'all must really not love your job. Which is understandable because it probably don't pay enough, but like, why you gotta fuck up my pizza or my burger? But Little Caesars, I grew up on that shit. My family was poor as fuck. I knew that from early on. I knew that we were poor when I shouldn't have known what money is. I remember whenever we were going like down one of the main streets and everything, my sister asked if we go to McDonald's for like a kid's meal for me and her. My family said we don't got money for that. And that was back whenever you could get a family meal from McDonald's for $4. You get everything for 4 people for $4, basically. It was cheap as fuck. And we couldn't even get that. It was wild. Now, Carl Jr.'s, also known as Hardee's. This is one of the only places that actually make a burger that can fill me. Like, if I get food from Hardee's, I get 2 combo meals. One of them being a Frisco triple, well, a Frisco double with an extra slab of meat on it, and typically some candied bacon. But I also get one of the other burgers as well. I mean, let me actually pull this up. Come here, DoorDash. We talk about food here. I want to get my food right. So my typical for Hardee's or Carl Jr.'s is a monster combo and a double Frisco burger. But typically it's both of them being combos. So I get 2 fries, 2 drinks, 2 burgers. I smash both the fries. While I'm smashing those fries, I smash one of the drinks. Then I grab the other burger, either the monster burger or the double Frisco burger that's made up to be a triple. And as I'm smashing that one burger, I'm smashing the drink, and I put the other burger up for tomorrow, because after that I'm full. I don't really need anything more. And that other burger fills me up the next day. And I don't need to eat anything else for the rest of the day. So, I'll put them up in S tier. Chick-fil-A is dog shit. And in fact, just so everyone know, it dog shit. It go into dog shit tier. Like, each time I ever fucking eat Chick-fil-A, it tastes fucking bland. Like, you must have the whitest fucking white chicks working up there that can't season fucking anything. Like, they do one grain of salt on their chicken, and that's it, cause it's too spicy. They wear hazmat suits to pick up 1 grain of sand, because if it touches their skin, they're gonna die like a snail. I have never, and I mean it, never in my life had a good Chick-fil-A sandwich. It's always sucked. They chicken tastes bland as fuck. I don't know how anyone can eat that shit. They can sit there and say it's as God intended, and I'll be like, oh hell no. I don't even believe in God. You better put some fucking seasoning on that shit. He wouldn't want you to disgrace that chicken like that. I don't understand how people can eat that shit. Like, oh man. I feel like I gotta put Italian seasoning on my tongue. Cause I'm thinking about the chicken now, and I don't want it. I don't want to taste that shit. It's too bland. I don't know what they put their chicken in. disgusting. It's trash. Trash, and you feel bad if you eat that shit. Bad. Uh, Chipotle. I've, I've had it a handful of times. They do give you a fucking big ass burrito if you order it right. But like, I feel like they should just do like let you go at the start. Tell them exactly what you want inside your burrito, and they give you exactly that, exactly enough of everything that you ordered in your burrito to fill up that one burrito, like completely. So you still get a fat burrito, and it just costs the same. But I know like meat and all that stuff costs different, so they can't really do that. But like all I ever get if I go to like Chipotle or something is beans, meat, cheese. Cause I don't like no lettuce. I don't like greens. I don't like tomatoes. Bunched up tomatoes, not even mushed up in the paste, whatever the fuck. I don't really like that. I just like meat, cheese, beans. That's all I need. So like they're alright. I haven't really had any like interactions with Chipotle. Was this drunk guy that walked down the street that one time? I don't know what the fuck was going on with him. I live in a fucking weird state. I'll just leave it at that. Now, this day and age, I'm decently aged. I've passed the point where I am like considered college age. Like once you go to high school, once you graduate high school, you in college age. You're at the perfect time to where you should probably be thinking about college and everything. I'm a little bit past college age, but for the past couple of years, I've basically been living off of Domino's. Like,
Sit down, shut the fuck up, and drink your damn juice box.
I will hydrate. Currently, I'm going through doing a food tier list, and I'm following it up with a person smasher past. Thank you for the 1 year. Thank you for the 1 year. It has been a wonderful 1 year, and after both these tier lists, I will be talking about a lot of stuff that's coming up and all that fun stuff. But I have still left. Where is it? I have to. Yeah, hold on. I have still left this open for people to join in late if they want to. I'll be going through all of this later. But for now, I'm doing fast food first. Because there are a few places that I have gone to that I have stories for, and I think it'd be very funny to tell off some of the stories. Now, a lot of these places I don't have a story for, so I'm just kind of breezing through it a little bit faster than I thought I would be. Which is why I'm 7 done in 15 minutes. Which is Jesus. Oh, that's some ice cold water. Jesus, that hit me in my chest. That was good. That was good water. Now, when it comes down to Domino's, I've basically been living off Domino's. It is not the best, but at the same time, it's still good. I've never had an issue with the Domino's that I go to, and on occasion, they give me a few freebies. They have given me freebies before, and I fucking love it. I ain't gonna say where I live, and that's why. I don't need no Domino's executive finding out where I live and, like, firing the people that work up there for giving me freebies and shit. Fucking love them. They don't know who I am, but I love them. Just a couple of, what was it? Like 6 months ago, there was a event going on. There was a chance to win a lava cake from the place. So I ended up ordering during that, and I won. I actually won a lava cake. They gave me 3 boxes of lava cakes instead of just one. And that made me so happy. Because everyone in my family got one. I didn't order them, which I didn't even realize that I won either. I didn't order them. I noticed that I won them. Because, like, whenever I put up my order and everything, I pretty much just forget about the tab. I close it out instantly. But I ended up sitting there, and as they were pulling up on to my house, I ended up pulling up everything on my phone, and I looked at it, and it said I won. Because I was like, oh shit, I never checked if I won or not. So I went ahead and checked, and I did win. Now, you're only supposed to get 1 pack of 3. They gave me 3 packs of 3. So I had 9 fucking lava cakes. Let me just say, I smashed most of them myself. But I gave my family some as well. Because there's one thing that I like to do is if I order food for myself, I typically try to also order something for my family as well. Because when money's tight, money is tight. I know that not always can we make something at home, but if I got a little bit of extra money, I want to make sure that everyone eats. And so I'll sit there, I'll order enough pizza to make sure that we got leftovers for the next day or two. And so everyone have food. Because that's one of the things that I remember whenever I was a child, I used to practically starve myself. Because when it came down to it, we didn't have a lot of money. We didn't buy a lot of food. We didn't do a lot of stuff. And so when times were tough and I knew that we weren't going to be cooking like anything that I wasn't particularly a fan of, I would throw a hissy fit, say that I don't like it, I don't want to eat it. Even if it was something that I liked, for a time being, there was a time that I just said I didn't like it. just to make sure that everyone else in my family got their fill before before anything else. And I would get sent to my room without food because of it. But during the night, I would sneak out of my room, and if there was leftovers left in the fridge, I'd eat it. And that would be that. And for a child to be doing that, that's really fucked up to think back on. But that was kind of one of the ways that I knew that I was weird. I was different. I thought about things that I shouldn't have been really capable of thinking about. I thought about things in a way that most people don't think about. But that's probably why I have such a massive appetite for food, and why food is my kind of break away from everything. Yeah, I will smash the fuck out of some food. Now, Dairy Queen. I haven't had Dairy Queen in ages. I don't even think the Dairy Queen that's near me is still open anymore. But they always had that good stuff. They had good ice creams and milkshakes and everything. They had some really nice stuff. I think I gotta put it in a B. Yeah, I think I gotta put Dairy Queen as a B. It's been a really long time since I've had Dairy Queen, so I don't fully remember them. But I remember everyone doing the upside down cone and everything. Upside down cup. Ooh, it's not going to fall out the cup. It's not going to fall out the cup. And it that was a classic as a kid, but it's just I don't know. I don't think that I really have a story for Dairy Queen, but Five Guys. Five Guys. I don't have a story for Five Guys. Other than the handful of times where I've heard people mention, getting Five Guys, and one person's thinking about the fast food place and one's thinking about a gangbang. Jesus. The Nine Hells have nothing on that. I don't know why they had to name it Five Guys. I really don't know why they named it Five Guys. But I do know, the prices for their place is, outrageous. Same with In-N-Out. Five Guys and In-N-Out, their prices for their burgers are so fucking much. I don't understand. But when it comes to Five Guys, I put it in C tier. I probably put the same thing for In-N-Out, but their fries, the the fries for In-N-Out, there was a time I went out with my family to a concert. It was what who was it? Now I gotta scroll through my. I believe it was the Kings of Leon on a concert tour, and they came out to my state, and we went out to the place that they went out to, and nearby was a In-N-Out burger joint, and we decided to stop there. I think it was mostly me and my older sibling and a couple of their friends, and we went out to the In-N-Out and we started ordering fries and everything. Everyone got like a giant fucking plate of fries, and one of my older siblings' friends said that they were gonna be paying for the food and everything. I smashed 3 big plates of large fries because they were so good. I'm also pretty sure I was high as fuck. Because, like, everyone in the place was smoking, and so I had 2nd-degree high. I'm pretty sure. But, like, I smashed so many fries. They looked at me funny a little bit. I know they were staring at me. I know there were other people in the place that were staring at me. They saw me inhale fries. Like, they brought one plate down. I took a bite of one of the fries. I was like, I'm going to go ahead and order another set of fries. And by the time a minute later passed and they were bringing out the new batch of fries, they noticed the plate was completely empty. Started setting it down. I looked up and said, I'm going to need another plate of fries. And I said it exactly like that. I'm going to need another set of fries. I was out of it. And the waitress fucking snorted. And it was the funniest shit, because everyone at the table at the time was trying to hold it together. Because I didn't even notice that I was talking funny. But waitress went. I inhaled those fries. They brought over the next plate, set it down, said, and they literally looked at me. I looked at them, and they just said, "Are you going to need another thing of fries?" I said, "No, but I'll take a milkshake." I got a milkshake. I don't remember what milkshake I got, but I got a milkshake. I smashed 3 large fries. And that's not even counting the other set of fries that I had with my burger. I had a drink and a milkshake. I smashed so many fries that day. In-N-Out has some great fries. I don't understand. I really don't. But they ain't the only ones that have really good fries. And that just made me realize Bojangles ain't on this list. Bojangles ain't on the list. I'm gonna have to add Bojangles on this list. Cause Bojangles is also really good. Their sandwiches are sometimes fucked, but like their fries, I don't know what seasoning they put on those fries. Fucking fries. They give me with the fries. All these goddamn places give me with the fries. If they got some good fries, I will. With fries, cheese, both of those. If you got good fries, I will buy so many fries. If you don't got good fries, then I don't care if your burgers are good or not. You failed. Let me put my cup up real quick. Okay. Real quick. Real quick. Before I'm gonna go ahead and find a Bojangles fucking symbol, download it and put it on this list because it's missing Bojangles. So I'm just jump. Actually, no, y'all could watch this. I'll get to watch me fucking do this. Bojangles. I don't even care that it's fucked up. Bojangles got some good fries. That's the only reason why they in A tier. Like some of their burgers and sandwiches and stuff are good, but I don't even remember my typical order for Bojangles. I gotta look that up now. I will actually tell you guys my typical orders for some of these places as well. Just so y'all know how, like, weird my stuff can get. Let's see. Alright, I typically get. What is it? Bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit combo. But instead of the bow rounds, I get their fucking, what is it? Bow fries. They're both fries. I don't know what's going on with their fries, but they're always so good. Both fries are like the best fucking things that they got. But like, I also get like Cajun chicken filet, I think. But the last time that I got that, like, something about that chicken was fucked up. It was way too grainy. I don't know why. I know that it's an occasional thing with chickens that their meat is like super grainy and shit, and it's something about how the chicken ages. But like, and it's like 1 in 20 chickens that are like that. So I got very unlucky with the chicken that they gave me. Or the piece of chicken that I got. But like, other than that, like, I typically enjoy their food. It's typically pretty good. But my family's recently been on a Bojangles kick, so we've been getting Bojangles a little more commonly. But after that, we have Jack in the Box. Oh man, the last time we went to Jack in the Box, my older sibling was getting a tattoo that day. Terrible idea to eat and then go get a tattoo. 'Cause they got sick. I still have yet to get a tattoo. I'm not too terribly sure what I'm gonna do for it, but each time I think of trying to get a tattoo, like, I come up with these intricate fucking designs that are grow and grow and grow, and I'm like, stop. Like, I have this whole fucking idea right now for a full back piece, and it stemmed from one fucking thing. But like, the handful of times that we went to Jack in the Box, someone in the family got sick from it. And it's wild to think. And it's like, Jack in the Box is cursed for my family. Just one person always gets sick. It's like, why? Did you eat it wrong or something? But I think I put Jack in the Box at C tier. KFC. KFC. They do chicken alright. It's been... KFC's been out so long that most people know the secret 7 seasonings that they use by now. And so you can just do it at home and probably make it better to your taste and everything. But they still do the chicken good. If I had to put it somewhere, I think it might be B tier. We got ads in about a minute. I don't really have a story with KFC, I think. KFC is wild. Huh. Do I have a story with KFC? think there was a time there was like this half and half of KFC and Taco Bell restaurant. Like it was both the buildings in one, and they kind of used the same fucking kitchen and everything. And I think we got a family KFC piece, and one of the chickens was missing, but at the very bottom of the bucket there was a taco from Taco Bell. That was the most confused we've ever been, because we were leaving as we and eating in the car as we were going, and all I remember is seeing my mom looking at the bucket, turn her head, look at my dad, slowly look back at the bucket, and say, "There's a soft shell taco in here." Just to see my dad reach over. I was still on the road, dig his hand into the bucket, grab it out, and eat it. Didn't say shit, just ate it. I still don't know what happened. How, how tired do you have to be to put a soft shelled taco into a KFC bucket? But next we got McDonald's. Make fucking days. I'm probably gonna get a lot of hate for this. It's where it's at. It's dog shit. It's so bad. It is so fucking bad. I don't know how anyone can eat McDonald's anymore. It sounds like my family home. Once ads start playing, I'll probably go see what's going on with them. Let me actually go see what's going on with them now. Hold on. I'll be right back. Okay. Jesus. I'm sitting here looking at my phone on the side to like get an idea of how long ads are running after they're supposed to be done. So it's only supposed to be 3 minutes of ads. I was sitting there watching on my side phone. That was 3 minutes and 3 minutes and 30 seconds of ads on my side phone. And it literally said that ads ended whenever that message went through. And I still had a 30-second ad going on my phone. I don't know what's going on with the ads, but that's uncool, Twitch. Say I set it up for 3 minutes. You're doing 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Made me look bad. But I was talking about McDonald's here. So, let me real quick. There we go. So, McDonald's, like for the longest time, it's been like the staple point for America. It's been where it is the burger joint to go to when you got $5 and you're hungry. You need food. In some fucking places, it costs like $18 for one burger. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, McDonald's has been steadily moving away from the poor man's dollar, and it shows. And they are. I don't know what's going on with them. Corporate greed, whatever the fuck. But they're forgetting their place. And it's made their food absolutely disgusting to eat. I can't. Like even their chicken nuggets taste like shit. Like I can't eat McDonald's anymore. I just can't. It's not good. I don't know how anyone can eat that. Really don't. But before I get into the next one, real quick, as a reminder, until this tier list is done, if I don't decide to do another different tier list than the main tier list, then I will be going straight into the Smash or Pass friendly kind of tier list. And that would be like the main tier list that I've been kind of wanting to do. it'd be the first one that I've ever done, and so it won't be me personally speaking. It will be from the viewpoint of Dix, and so it's not going to be going off of my personal taste or anything. Mostly because I'm not innocent. I am very not innocent. Dix is, and so he's going to be going with very, very innocent sort of choices. And so whenever we get to that tier list, I will make it to where no one else can join in on the post on Twitter by disabling comments. But if you want to take part of it until I get to that tier list, I will keep it open. It is the pinned tweet on Twitter, on my Twitter. So if you are following me and you haven't joined and you want to join, still have time. And other than that, let's get into the next one. Panda Express. I think that's the typical one that I end up getting Chinese food at. I think there was like one or two Chinese food places near me. I can't think of it. Let's see. So there's like 3 different Chinese places, but they all kind of sell the same stuff. So I'll kind of lump them all together with Panda Express. In this situation, like Top China, China Garden, Panda Express, all that good stuff. But when it comes down to it, I end up getting 2 things, like always. I get sesame chicken and sweet and sour chicken. I get both of them. I always get both of them. And I also get crab ragoon. Crab ragoon. The only issue is I eat too much and I get sick the next day. Though I have also gotten food poisoning because sometimes they don't cook it all the way through. But each time I get Chinese food, I overeat or I get food poisoning. It's always one or the other. It's never neither. It's always one or the other. And so whenever the idea of food comes up, Chinese food is always last on my brain unless I am in a very, very particular mood, and then I will smash so much food. The only thing that I really kind of get sad about is whenever I do order sesame chicken, there's broccoli in it, and I hate broccoli. I don't like broccoli. I don't like anything green. I don't. Lettuce, broccoli, whatever else. I don't like veggies. I don't. I don't eat veggies. I'll eat some fruits if we get them, but like I don't like veggies. I'm not a veggie person. Uh, but even though I get food sickness or I overeat and I get like this stomach pain, it's still A tier. It really is. Because the only thing that could replace it is authentic Chinese food or authentic Japanese food. And honestly, I don't think you can really get that from Panda Express or anything like that. Unless you have, like, you go in and you, like, see the people running that place are actually Chinese and Japanese, and then it's like, oh, they cooking. Papa John's. Honestly, Papa John's, it's so iffy. It really is iffy. I've never really enjoyed Papa John's. Like, I love pizza. Something about their pizza just, it don't hit the right spots. Like, something about their ingredients or whatever, it just don't do it for me. And so whenever it comes down to Papa John's, I probably put them in C tier. I've never had like a really extraordinary pizza from there. I pretty much avoid it. It's just if I ever get a coupon for that place, I might order from them. But if not, no. I don't really see Papa John's being good. I've never had really any experience with them. That leads us to the final pizza place. And there's two spots that this could go. Because I'm not putting any pizza spot with another pizza spot. Like, we already have the S tier whenever it comes to pizza, and that's Little Caesars. You can't beat it. Until Little Caesars forgets their place, like McDonald's, and starts charging way too fucking much for their pizzas, it's still S tier. Like, and with that fucking little pizza bites that they, crazy puffs that they put out and all that shit, they are holding strong. They still got their shit going. Like, even though you can make those crazy puffs at home, and I do want to make those crazy puffs at home, they are still up there. They're still top rung. I can't go against Little Caesars. Domino's Pizza's following up behind it. We don't have a pizza spot in B tier, and we don't have a pizza spot in dog shit. And so with Pizza Hut, I actually have a handful of stories about Pizza Hut. And that's why they're going in dog shit. Because all of the stories that I have with Pizza Hut are terrible. So, the first one is whenever I was a bit younger and still in school and everything, I did have a friend that had a pool party. And uh, I went over, we hung out, and they ended up ordering Pizza Hut. Now, the Pizza Hut near me has been terrible for years. It's I don't know what's going on with that Pizza Hut. I don't know if it's just the area around it or what, but they've had so many issues. Like, I'm pretty sure they've been shot up. They've had so many bugs. Like, they've failed inspections before. And I'm not sure how it hasn't been condemned. Like, it's so fucking bad. And we've had other ones open up nearby as well, but it's always been this main one that anyone gets orders from. And it's never any of the others, so I'm going off this singular one that's near me. We ended up ordering from this place, and when the pizzas got there, I wasn't very hungry that day, and so I was kind of just like sitting around talking to people and everything. Even though I wasn't a very big talker at that time, I was more of a fighter. I'd smack someone across the fucking head for talking shit. Um, but they set down the pizzas, and one of the pizzas was terrible. And when I say it was terrible, I mean one of the guys ended up grabbing a slice and felt a ton of odd bumps on the bottom of it. And we ended up taking half the pizza and flipped it over. And there was a ton, and I mean a ton, it was practically covered in black spots. And the first thing that you could probably jump it to was they used a dirty pan or they cooked it inside a dirty oven. With how bad that place was, I ended up looking into the place a little bit, and that was whenever I first found out that that place was terrible because they had a rat infestation. So you could guess what that was. That was not a good time for that party. Ended up throwing the pizzas away and ordered something else. Guys never got their refunds either. Because when I say that Pizza Hut was fucking terrible, I mean it was terrible. Like, someone ended up eventually got their parents to call, like, corporate on that Pizza Hut, and it I think they fired the manager, and one of the employees there got bumped up to the manager. But, like, they never got a refund for the pizzas or anything. They ended up getting, like, a gift card for Pizza Hut's but they never ended up using them because once you see that shit, you just never go back. But a couple years later, this was right after I got out of high school and everything. My dad ended up really needing a employee up at his workplace that he could depend on, because a lot of the people that they were hiring on within the next month or two, they would quit. They would just no show. They just fucking vanished. And it was understandable. The place fucking sucked. The boss's daughters were basically running the place into the fucking dirt. And, well, the place closed down later on. So no wonder. But one of the employees for the Pizza Hut ended up, like, trying to apply up at the place my dad worked. And this is while I was there. And my dad was, like, doing the interview with the guy, getting all the information, and talk of prior work came up, and the dude brought up that he worked at a Pizza Hut, and he just quit because the manager was a piece of shit. There was bad meats and other stuff that was starting to grow mold, and the manager told the employees that they were not allowed to throw any of it away, and they were to use it. And the guy quit on the spot and said, "I'm not feeding anyone this shit." And I don't blame the guy. I would have, if it was me, I would have had my gloved hand in that food, grabbing a handful of it and shoving it into the mouth of that manager, and told him, if you can eat it, then fine. It can go to another person. But if not, shut the fuck up, quit, and let me do my job. I'm not feeding this to anyone else. But whenever it comes to Pizza Hut, I've never had a good experience with it. It's always been bad. There's always been something fucked up. It's just disgusting. I don't like Pizza Hut. Like, anytime that I've actually had a decent pizza from their from any Pizza Hut that hasn't been that one, it's tasted like cardboard. It's bland. And yes, I have eaten cardboard before. Cardboard tastes better. So Pizza Hut is dog shit. It's terrible. I refuse to eat Pizza Hut. Popeyes. Another chicken place. Popeyes. It's alright. It's overrated, personally. Like, I feel like there's better out there. Like Cajun cooking and Louisiana cooking. They're good. But I've never had a Popeyes sandwich that, like, blew it out of the water for me. Honestly, I probably actually put it on tier B. Even though I'd put another chicken place on that. Yeah. It's about the same. Like, both of them are pretty tied, KFC and Popeyes. Plus, they got that good meme of the Popeyes biscuit eating it without a drink. Like, I've had their biscuits. It's alright. Her chicken's alright. It's all alright. It could be better. Yeah. I never really had much of an interaction with Popeyes to really know if it's like something that I really want to sit there and eat. But next we got Sonic. There's actually a Sonic place near me. We go to like very, very, very extremely rarely. I don't know who actually goes to goes not to Popeyes, to Sonic. Like, I really don't. Like, who goes to Sonic? Like, nothing about Sonic really pops. Like, they have the old school rollerbladers and everything, but like, that's it. They're caught up on an old gimmick. And it is really interesting to see that it's still keeping up with that old kind of sit in your car, relax, eat, order from your car, all that stuff. But like, other than the aesthetics of that place, their food just kind of is underwhelming. I'll put them in C tier. Like, they're alright, but like, that's better, I think. Got 4 left. Jesus. I'm really fucking moving through this. I thought I would be taking like 2-3 hours to get through one tier list. Or even get halfway through one. Jesus. I might have to find a second one to do before the main one. Jesus. But with Subway, there's actually a certain kind of sub that I actually really enjoy getting. And this is like my own sort of build for a sub. But also, like, Subway is kind of getting into the same situation as McDonald's, where they're kind of forgetting their place. Because I think they went from a $6 footlong or $5 footlong to a $6 6-inch. And it's like, you kidding, right? You do know we still remember when you had the $5 footlong. Like, you can't just practically double the fucking cost. Like, that got us fucked up. But, like, anytime that I do get a Subway, I get, like, what is it? What is it? Is it the BMT? What is it that I typically get? I think it is BMT. It used to be named something else, I think. Italian BMT. But, like, I make it my own by using Italian 7 herbs and spice bread, whatever the fuck it is. Extra pepperonis, extra provolone, oil, well, olive oil on the bread, toasted. But, like, Subway's been forgetting their place. They doubling the cost of everything, and these places need to stop with increasing the cost of everything. Like, if it's getting to the point where if you can't pay your people full wage, full livable wage, and keep the prices as is, there's something fucked going on. And it's extending to all the places, and one of the reasons why I refuse to work in fast food, I can't do it. I can't work fast food. If I ever get to the point where I have no other options, I'd rather go homeless than work fast food. I do not want to do any customer service jobs. I don't want to work fast food. I can't put up with people in most situations. Like, I already struggle enough with people as is. If you put me into a stressful situation, like, I remember all the stressful situations that I've ever been in as a child, like with school and shit. because I don't think like normal people and I have just issues. Anytime that I was really stressed, I just fought. I just got angry and I fought because I didn't like being stressed. And that's why I stress eat, because I can't be mad if I got food in my hands and in my mouth and I'm just like too focused on food. But like Subway, A tier, B tier, but like they really kind of stepping out of their spots as well. And but like at the same time, I still remember Jared from Subway, and it's like, you fucking, I'm a wood chipper, just wood chipper. That's all I gotta say. Taco Bell, honestly, same tier as KFC. It's alright. I'd rather have homemade tacos and burritos. Because, like, you can make that shit at home. You really can. It also tastes better when it's homemade. But, like, there's better out there. There really is. I don't really think of anything that Taco Bell can really do would be better. I still remember the fucking Chihuahua mascot that they had that people got so upset with and said that was racist and stuff, to have a Mexican dog be the spokesperson for a Mexican food restaurant. Like, people get mad at the dumbest shit sometimes. Of course, pretty sure the people that own Taco Bell are just rich white people, so like understandable. It really isn't fucking our place to really be doing that shit, because that is fucking racist. Especially if it's just a white person that's owning their fucking thing that just decided, oh, wouldn't it be funny? But if it's like a Mexican owned fast food restaurant stuff, like, I don't care. Let their mascot be whatever the fuck they want. Now, Wendy's. Man, I have a story about Wendy's. My friend, Fatal, he knows this story as well. This is one of the only two other places that can really fill me up, other than Carl Jr.'s / Hardee's. Wendy's is the other one. Both of these places have burgers that really fill me, and I have to be careful about how I order from these places, because if I order from them, I will eat, and I have to be mindful of the order that I eat, or I will fill myself, have extras, and be like, fuck. Because then I have to just throw it in the fridge for tomorrow, and I don't like the cold fries. But a few years ago, me and my group of friends at the time, we had me, Fatal, and two other friends. One of the friends was really close with, at one point, kind of had a bad situation happen, and we were trying to get back to being friends. Well, I was trying to hopefully become friends with them again because I wanted to really make up for my mistake and everything and do right by them because they did right by me for so long and I was a fucking idiot. And I wanted to make things right. And we ended up going to a gun range to have fun and just like shoot some guns and just relax and chill. But on the way there, we ended up stopping by Wendy's, and I told everyone, "Get what you want. It's on me. I'm paying." And I'm pretty sure they glad I said I'm paying, cause holy shit. But I let everyone else order first, and what we ended up doing, we ended up first person ordered. I can't remember everyone else's orders. I just remember mine. And this was wild. This was the first time that anyone else really saw me just go all out with food, and it was because I was stressed. I really was stressed. Like, whenever I go out with anyone, even if I know them, I get stressed. If I can get food, then I'll get food, and I will try to keep myself from being stressed so I don't like eat too much. But that day, because we were going out shooting guns, going to a place I haven't ever been, and to shoot the guns in an indoor range and all that stuff, I was stressed. But I ended up getting a Dave's combo, a Dave's triple combo, and a, what was it? I gotta find, like, I think they had a specialty burger going at that time. I can't remember the burger because they don't have it anymore on the menu. But it was, I think it was a bourbon burger. Yeah, it was a bourbon burger. I ended up getting a triple of that. All of them plain. The burgers were plain, so it was just the meat, cheese, and the buns, and anything extra that I asked for, particularly. They both were combos. So I got 2 drinks, 2 large fries, 2 triple patty burgers. And on the way there, like, we were like 20 minutes away from the place. By the time we got there, I had killed both burgers, both drinks, both of my fries, and I had one thing of fries from one of the friends left over, and I was like, I'll just finish the fries when we're heading back home. But whenever we were getting the bag of food, they gave us practically a duffel bag. Like, it was a massive bag inside with all of the bags inside of it. My friends looked at me and said, "Do you see what you caused?" And I was like, "Yeah, I see. That is amazing." Because I've never seen a duffel-sized bag that holds multiple bags of food before. And neither had any of my other friends. And whenever we got to the gun range and they all looked at me and saw that I had completely crumpled my bag into a ball, letting them know that it was completely empty other than the wrappers and everything, and I just had this one box of small fries that my other friend had gotten with their combo meal and didn't want, they were like, "What the fuck?" I was like, I was hungry. And they were like, "Okay." I was like, "If I'm still hungry, we should probably stop by there again." They were like, "No." You spent $100 on food right then and there. You are not spending any more money on this trip. And I was like, bet. But we went in and we were shooting guns and everything. And whenever we were first setting up everything and getting a spot paid for and ammo to shoot, I was walking around and I found a police issued box baton, and it was a steel 18-inch friction locking police baton. It's typically the ones that police officers use and everything. And because at one point, whenever I was a child, I grew up and I did want to be a cop. I ended up buying it. And now it is my home protection tool. So I have it next to my bed, permanently locked in place, by the way, because I flicked it out hard enough to where I can't get it to pop back in. Like, I've smashed it on the road to try and close it. It won't close. And so I've practically gotten it stuck open. So I just have it next to my bed fully opened, and the next time if anyone tries to break into the house, uh, and I can't get to a ranged weapon, if I go into a melee fight, I have that next to me, and so I can use that. Or if I need to bust out a window in case of a fire, I have it. But, like, I spent money on that, and they were like, "We told you not to spend any more money," and I was like, "Too late." But, like, that was the best Wendy's interaction that I've had, and my friends will always remember me as the guy that put down 2 full combo meals in less than 20 minutes. Like I am no professional food eater. I could never do a mukbang, but if I am stressed enough, I will put down 2 combo meals like they are nothing. Then we have White Castle. Uh, I'll be honest. I've never liked White Castle. It is. I don't know why it's so hyped. It tastes bland. It tastes like shit. Like I don't understand. Like how can you like White Castle? Like I know that they are the original smash burgers, but like it tastes like shit. Though I also don't like onions, so onion. I don't like onion. Onion tastes bad. I'm sorry to say it, but I don't like onion. But like, White Castle just they're overhyped, underwhelming burgers. That's just it. I don't I don't really understand White Castle. But yeah, this is the fast food tier list. I've I stand where I stand. People can be upset. I already know people. I know a handful of people are going to be mad that I have Little Caesars as S tier because a lot of people think that it's just bad. And I do understand that for a lot of people, it is bad. It is mostly dependent on where you live and the people that work there and if they actually take care of the place or not. The place that I go to for Little Caesars, because there's not one near me, I have to go quite a distance out to find one. The one that we go to is the one that we've always gone to. It's been open for years. Over 20 years it's been open and we still go to that one. We've never had problem with that one. And so like for what it's been for my family and everything, that one Little Caesars, it goes in S tier. Hardee's and Wendy's, they fill me up, like taste good. So that's why they go in S. And plus the great memories from Wendy's that will always haunt my dreams and my friends' dreams. I'm pretty sure the friend that sat in the back seat with me whenever it came to that Wendy's order saw a eldritch horror next to them devour something in an ungodly time and forever fear me because of it. And that is understandable. But everything else goes where it is because of just how it is. I'm gonna take a quick snippet of it to post on Twitter. Let's save that. Okay. Now, I got ads about to play. Should be pretty soon. I'll look for one more tier list to do before I go into the main tier list, because kind of breezed through that in 2 hours. I wasn't expecting to do this one in 2 hours. So yeah. I'll probably end up looking for another tier list to do before we get into the main one. And so I'll jump over to just chatting while I do all the posting and everything real quick. Plus, we got ads, so I'm like, ads in like 40 seconds. Let me go ahead. Never die. Where is it? There we go. Push. Okay. Jesus. Ooh. Let's see. What would be... what would be a good tier list to do? Hmm. Trying to think. I wonder if you guys have any ideas of a interesting tier list that might already be out there that would be interesting to do. Hmm. Let's see. Hmm. I don't really think there's anything. I go to categories. I gotta find something. Let's see. Let's see. You know. Okay, I got one. I got one. I got one. Because I am a kobold. It'll be interesting to do. D&D tier list. Let's do a class one. Now, I have played a lot of them. This one is missing Artificer, which is sad. But I just picked one. Now, when it comes down to it, to pick, phone keeps fucking vibrating. I'm like, what the fuck? Stop it. Alright. There's a few classes that I haven't really touched, a few classes that I have touched, and a few classes that I really do a lot. We'll start off with Barbarian. I have played a handful of Barbarians along my time playing D&D, and well, I don't know a lot of the subclasses for everything and all that stuff. Barbarian to me, it is a very interesting way to play it. It's like the bruiser class in like any game. It's not like the tank. It's meant to do damage and survive. And I think whenever it comes between a barbarian and like a paladin, the barbarian should win if it plays smart, but if not, because most times they should be like brutishly dumb and not really be able to make the best choices. I believe that a tank should typically win. Like a paladin should typically win against a barbarian. But with my experiences as a D&D player playing barbarian, I do like being a front runner. I like being in the front. I like taking damage and smacking people around as well. That's why if I end up playing Monster Hunter on stream or anything, you guys will see that I am a hammer main. I am someone who will do hammer. I apologize, but like hammer is good. Hammer is life. So barbarian is S class for me. I can play a brutish idiot sometimes and do it well. But in a lot of cases, I typically am the first person to go down in a fight because I am the person that gets in someone's face and I will go down swinging. I think my favorite that I've played was I do have it on my phone. Let's see. Let's see if I still have the character sheet on D&D Beyond. It probably won't let me access it because I will. So my favorite barbarian that I played was Raznir. It wasn't a kobold, it was a Goliath that I played. And I did a sort of custom-esque build for him. And had a custom sort of totem, because I went path of the totem warrior. And he was... what is that dog? It was kind of like a Saint Bernard kind of animal. I can't remember. Hey Nora, I'm taking my time between before I get to the actual main course of the tier list. I recently just did a fast food, and now I'm leading it into a D&D class one. And thank you for the 1 year of. I am so. I'm glad that it's been a year. Uh, Later after the tier list, I'm going to do some talking and try to put into words what my next plans are and everything. But as I was saying, my first real barbarian that I really enjoyed was Raznir, who was Path of the Totem Warrior, and he had a custom homebrew totem that was kind of like a Saint Bernard, and where most of the time, whenever someone was being attacked, I could practically take the damage for them. I could protect them using myself. And if people were near me, whenever I raged, I would. This was one of the things that the DM basically picked, because they gave me a few choices of abilities, and I told them I wanted to be the target of everything. I don't really care if I do damage. I just want to bring the focus to me and be able to snap everyone out of anything if they are affected by any sort of whenever it comes to fears or charms. Whenever my allies heard me scream and rage and taunt the enemies, that it would snap them out of control of someone else's afflictions and cause the enemies to target me. And so we made a custom totem to really fit that, and it was one of the first times that I actually really enjoyed playing Barbarian a lot. And so I was the tank of the group, and I really enjoyed it. Next, we have Bard. I've never really played Bard in a fun way. The one I wasn't a glass cannon. I couldn't wear armor because I kind of had my own sort of tough hide in a way, because whenever I would rage, I would basically get this protective sort of fur covering my body, and it really helped out because where I was typically from was the Highland Mountains of the area, and it was controlled by a evil witch that my tribe was constantly moving around in the highlands to avoid. And the animals that the big animals that existed in the Highland Mountains, there was a certain type of animal. It was kind of like a Saint Bernard. And if you were ever saved by them and chosen by them, you would become a totem. You would get it like a totem of them and be able to call upon them as a pack to protect your own pack. And so I became the protector of my tribe, basically. But at one point, a demon from another area kind of, oh no, not the office work chairs. Oh, oh, I can feel it now. Oh. But a demon had been summoned by the witch, and we had intercepted it while hunting. And one of the animals that was practically the Saint Bernard for the area was being attacked by the demon, and with no self-preservation, I ran in and fucking decked the demon. And that's kind of my backstory. I protected the animal while the pack for that animal was on their way to help as well. And they gave me the blessing to basically be one of their pack mates. But a traveling wanderer that was coming through the Highland Mountains came across me, knocked out. Yeah, I threw mad hands at that time. But he came across me knocked out because whenever it, why did that timer go off? What? I'm not playing. Flashing. Let me turn that off. Jesus. The demon that I had fought, it was mostly immune to physical attacks, so a lot of my attacks went through it. But whenever I was enraged and everything, and really, really got mad that I was missing, I would really hit it, and it was a fight to the death, basically. And once the pack ended up arriving, they ended up slaying the demon. I ended up passing out due to my wounds, and the wandering trader that was coming through the area found me, took me, and ended up healing me, but took me out of the Highland Mountains, which for my tribe, if we were to ever leave the Highland Mountains, we were basically considered excommunicado, or basically outcast. And so I could never return to the Highland Mountains or find my tribe because it was practically impossible. Because our tribe was always on the move, so it was better for me to not go back. Because if I did go back, there was a high chance that I would cross paths with the evil witch that tormented everything in the Highland Mountains. And I needed my strength to be able to go back and fight her eventually, because that was my overall goal. And so I basically found the group that I played with eventually in a town in the middle of the continent, and that's where Rasnir began. But for bards, I've never played a bard other than one time whenever I had actually played a monk as well before that. But my current DM at that time was not the best. This was kind of whenever I was getting back into D&D, and I was still getting used to it, so I kind of needed to get back into the mindset of in character, out of character, keep them separate. I had issues with that a little bit, and the DM could have handled the situation better. My family just DM'd me, asking me what food I want. But the only bard that I played, it was like for 1 week and 1 game, basically, and it was a revenge bard. I built it to basically con the entire town into joining me into a fight to the death against the big bad of the area. And I was going to have the entire town go and die for me, to get back at the DM for being an asshole. That game died there. But if I ever got the chance to play a proper bard, I think it might be fun, but I'm not very keen on them because I'm not smooth with words. In the past, I used to be, but I refrained from it because at one point I was called a silver tongue devil by people, and that is a nickname that I don't want to have ever again. And so, I'll probably put it C tier. But I was a very, very interesting person whenever. I used to have mad charisma rolls IRL, but I turned over a leaf because I used those god rolls for bad. And I decided to be a better person, so I ended up completely gutting my charisma for other things. Cleric. Have I played a cleric? I don't think I played a cleric. I'm like the rock pops. If I like you enough, I'll let you taste me, and then I'll pop off. Fuck. That actually hurt my side. Ow. My body was not happy with me saying that. Oh, God. Ah. Ooh, God damn it. Jesus. Ah. I cramped up right underneath my floating rib. Like, it tensed up the muscles there, and it was like, no, you don't say shit like that. You can't riz like that. No. Bad. Man. Oh, God. But I don't think I've ever really played a cleric. They're not the kind of front line that I enjoy. Uh, the occasional heals that they can put out are interesting, but I've never really found a cleric build that I would be interested in, so it'd probably be B tier. Jesus. My side still fucking hurts. Can't believe it cramped like that. Ah. I did set up a druid for a friend of mine that was running a campaign. They wanted an evil group of people for to mess with their players, and they asked me and another 2 people to make a group of evil casters and everything, and so I made a druid. Because I've never actually done a druid before. His name was Cormag. Let me actually see what he was like. He was Jesus. He has some pretty decent stuff on him. Had corpse gauntlets, which was a scimitar, adamantine scale mail, so it was really hard to hit him. He had a ring of mind shielding and a staff of the Python as well. So he had some very interesting stuff. He also had a shield, and the reason why is he also was big into deception and typically tricked people into thinking that he was melee when he was actually a caster. And whenever you would get close to him, he would transform into a bear and maul you. That was like his typical go-to whenever it came to conning mages, because he would be like, he would talk shit to mages and everything, and he would talk them into a fist fight. And the only stipulation was you can cast any spells that you know as long as they are melee range spells. And being a druid, he could cast Wild Shape, because technically it's melee. He would turn into a bear and then just body a fucking mage. He would also have the Staff of Python, which he would turn into a python and have it also attack them as well. But he had some very interesting stuff. But that was the first evil-ish character that I made, but I've never actually played, and I'll probably put it as on same tier as B. So it could possibly be an A. Next is fighter. Now, to most who know me, Dix is a fighter. That is his class. That is the final class that is needed for his lore. The overall lore for Dix is a mystery currently because I want to do something very big with it. I want to have fun with it. I want to make sure there's plenty of people who can come out and take part of it. So I do have big plans for it. I plan on having custom things for what fucking what is this? Trying to think of what it's called. Channel points. I want to have like custom things with channel points where people can like roll d20s to find stuff. Have special it's in the cheese caves. But there's a lot that I really want to plan, where there's special items that you can sometimes find from rolling a d20, using channel points, collecting the items and turning them into me with other channel points, which will unlock pieces of the lore, because for Dix, his memory is fragmented, and upon finding these artifacts and pieces of history that had fell through yeah, I plan on having tits down the road and having throw D&D and cheese stuff. Also, like gold coins that I will eventually design, because there are things that I want. There are certain coins that you will be able to find that are technically artifacts as well. I'll have, like, eventually, whenever all of the artifacts are found, they will also be integrated into the throwing system. And so you'll be throwing artifacts at me, which would be funny. But upon finding all the artifacts, it will lead into the next, finding certain amounts of artifacts, it will lead to the next phase. And then finally, finding all of the rest of the artifacts will lead into the final phase. And each phase will be another model, basically. But I think I'll start doing that whenever I get what is it? My first like full 2D model. I will start setting up for everything. And I still have yet to actually figure out if I could use tits currently or not. I think I probably can with just a 2-frame model, but for the time being, I decided against doing it until I actually get a 2D model that is a bit more interactive than just 2 frames. Once I get the 2D model, I'll actually step into it. Yeah. Uh, but after all of that, um, I I just really want to have fun with it, and I think eventually it will be really fun. But the backstory to everyone's knowledge so far is uh, there is a town called Darkhaven, which was the original town that uh, laid in an area before the Grand Red Dragon that existed, uh, went to war with the civilization that lived there, burned most of it down, and died going with the war, and landed on the town, actually taking it underground. And eventually, land ended up covering over the town and the body, and that town became sort of the home for the kobolds that uh, came from the blood of the dragon. And as time went on, eventually Dix was born, and he took the challenge of the dragon, in which he nearly died upon taking the challenge. And that is why his side is burned how it is. Um, and that's actually a tougher spot of scales as well, because whenever it burned into him and the scales on that side burned away, the flames from the skeleton itself imbued into him and awakened. Yeah, I had a feeling the music was going to be a little louder here. Like, just pause it. But whenever it came to the flames, it actually awakened the dragon blood in him, and he has practically pure dragon blood. And with that, it awoken more things for him. So upon reaching a certain level in D&D, his scales get stronger. And eventually a change will happen with him, and that's all that's left for later. But for now, he's just a little guy. Just a little guy. But he is a fighter. He is a battle master because he trained with dual wielding from a young age. And he dual wields. Yeah, he has naturally grown armor and everything. He dual wields. At first, it was two. What was it? War picks that was gifted to him by his father before he left to become an adventurer and find his purpose. But currently, he wields a battle axe and a warhammer, one in both hands. And he is one of the tallest kobolds for his kind, where for most of the kobolds there, they typically were about 2 feet tall, and that was it. He is taller, as he at one point was just 3 feet, but as he gets stronger, he kind of grows more. So at level 3, he was 3 feet. At level 6, he moved from a small to a mid-sized kobold. So he was about 4, maybe 4.5 feet tall. And eventually, he gets to the size of a normal human, and it's very interesting. But fighter, I have a lot of experience with fighters. I really do enjoy being a fighter. It reminds me a lot of myself. Whenever I was growing up, I was a fighter. It was what I did. I wasn't a good person as a fighter, but eventually, whenever I turned over my leaf as myself, I ended up becoming a person that fought for others, and so it resonates a lot with me to be a fighter. Next, we have Monk, and this leads me into the story of the first time I played a Monk. Person that was running the game, the DM, they hadn't really run mini games, and so whenever it came down to it, I don't remember that character because it was before I had a D&D Beyond account. It was before I made character sheets and everything. But the monk, he was interesting play. It is interesting to play a monk, but I wasn't too big of a fan of it. Though it also helps having a good DM to really enjoy the classes that you pick, but along playing the monk, there was, what was it? We had a monk, what was it? We had a monk, a paladin, a warlock, I think a ranger, and that was it. No, we had a barbarian as well. But we were into a dungeon where along the way we ended up passing it's always good for work to be done. Here's the hoping the rest of the tier list goes good, and the next tier list also goes good. But when it comes to the monk that I was playing, we went into, see you later, Nora. We went into a dungeon. There was a dragon. There was a elder vampire, I think, and there was a minotaur down there. So the three big bads in that area. We weren't there for any of them, technically. We were chasing after a mad mage that was using the current cave system, the main cave system, as a experimentational zone to eventually become a lich, and we were trying to hunt him down. But we ended up finding our way into the deep cave, in which we found the Minotaur, the dragon, and the Elder Vampire. But at first, we were just fighting the dragon and the Minotaur, and about midway through the fight, the dragon was starting to back away from the fight, and typically I would have changed my focus to the Minotaur, but no one else could kind of catch up to the dragon except for me, and so it was everyone else telling me to finish off the dragon because it's starting to run away, which means it has to be low. We don't know what would happen if it does heal up and comes back. It could be a worse situation. So, for me to go ahead and try to finish off the dragon while they continue to work on the Minotaur. So I ended up running 30 feet down the cave after the dragon to get it back into view because the cave was dark, and I couldn't get to it in another turn, and it was about to fly out of the cave. But I did have a kunai or whatever. What is that weapon? I had a sai. That I use for parrying, typically, but I ended up throwing it and I rolled max damage on the hit and killed the dragon, which ended up infuriating the DM because the DM wanted the dragon to live. Didn't tell us because, well, he didn't want to break the experience, but he ended up saying that I shouldn't have done that, and that because I was breaking character when I really wasn't. I was literally in character, kind of questioning what was going on because the rest of my team, who was currently fighting, told me to deal with the dragon. And I was like, are you guys sure? Can you handle the Minotaur? And they were like, yes. Try to finish off the dragon. And so that's what I did. And instead of just accepting that the dragon died and trying to figure out a different way to handle everything, he decided to punish me. And in doing so, the goddess of the dragons that existed in that realm manifested herself and put a curse on my character, as well as asking one of the other players to basically protect the dragon egg that popped out of the dragon. And the curse that was applied to me was anytime anyone said the dragon's fucking name, which the dragon was Sasha, my character would be smited for 2d100 damage. And it didn't matter if it was in-game or out of game. So, and with that, after that happened, the person that was playing the barbarian, who was an alligator, I don't know, they were basically playing a big beefy alligator. Wasn't even dragon, but because they had reptilian blood, the DM decided to give them the egg instead of the Dragonborn Ranger, I believe we had. And the barbarian promptly began to be a absolute prick and constantly just started saying Sasha. Constantly. I think it was about the 8th time that I got smited that I got fucking tired of it. And I just was like, okay, I'm going to stop playing the monk and switch to a different character because this isn't fun. This is outright bullying. I still want to play D&D, but I'm not dealing with this. So, sent the monk off to the chapel that he got trained at, which was decimated, which is why he left. But a lot of the tombs and everything still existed there, so he went there to kind of read over everything, restructure himself, and eventually return at a later date, a better person and uncursed. Which was the choice that I had made, and the DM ended up saying upon his arrival there, he just died. That was the outcome that the DM decided to choose. And so that's why I ended up making a bard that was keen on being a silver-tongued devil that got everyone in town to be an ally, join him in battle, and die for him. So I'll put monk as B. We got ads in a little bit. Let's see. My family's home as well. I'll be right back. They got my food. Alright, I'm back. I still haven't started playing. What? I swear they should have started playing by now. did it give me a... Why did it give a minute notice when there's still 2 minutes left? What? I don't know. Hmm. Guess I'll change it to be 5 minutes before it says that. It's supposed to say like a minute before. I don't know why it changed. Okay. Oh. While ads play, I'm going to eat and all that fun stuff. I really wonder what seasoning they use for these bow fries. alright. Alright, it's done. Jesus. How long ago did they end? What? Again, it was still playing ads by the time they finished. What? I really don't know why it keeps playing over 3 minutes of ads. Like getting a little extra from me. But back to it. Paladin. Paladin. I think I have played a Paladin. Or I set up a Paladin that I wanted to play. But I wasn't too sure how to really do what I wanted with a Paladin. Like I've had a lot of ideas for characters, and it's always been a mess to really decide what to do with them. Cause there's, what was it? I want to say there was a grapple master that I wanted to do at one point that I thought would be interesting. There's been a unhittable paladin that I wanted to try using a turtle race. There's been so many different ideas that I wanted to do, but I just haven't been able to really do. But Paladin is pretty tanky. I do like the sort of capabilities of them and everything. Like being able to be a tank. Like being beefy is all overall goal for me as a person. Is what I want. And so I do vibe with that. So it's definitely an A tier. I'll probably not put any of these in D tier because other than, well, Ranger. I'm not really good with, like, range classes. I'm not a big fan of them. I can get the same thing out of a fighter instead of doing a ranger. I've never really played a ranger. If I wanted to have bows and crossbows for ranged, I'll just play a fighter that starts off at distance with crossbows on both arms, shooting them at people from a distance, switching between them as he's reloading one. But like, I've never played a ranger. I know they can do some insane damage at some points, but I've never been big on it. Then we have rogues. I don't think I've played rogue. Also, I saw like I had 2 notifications over there, so I had to click. My brain, whenever I see a number change on a tab, I'm like, oh, let's click. It was just people resharing stuff. But when it comes to rogue, they can be fun to play. Being a stealthy person and just kind of sneaking around, it's fun, but at the same time, they tend to be squishy. They're not really meant to be in the front line. It doesn't feel like they should be a frontliner, and so it doesn't really play how I play. But they do sometimes have like disgusting damages, and so it is interesting to play them sometimes. So I think they are probably 8th tier out of everything. If I had more use with them, if I've played them more, then I'd probably bump it up one more, but I really haven't had a lot of time to try rogues. And now we get to the 3 mages. Well, 3 main mages. Sorcerers. Sorcerers are very interesting. I don't often play them. I think I played one at some point, but like you can flavor them in a lot of ways. It's really interesting to flavor them. It can be really interesting. And so they are pretty good for what they do. It's just I don't have a lot of history with them. I've not really played a lot of them. And so it's on par with Monk and Bard in that situation. If I had more history with them, I would probably bump them up to like A S tier, but like right now, I guess I'll put them B. Warlocks. That is something that I have played before. I know I've played before. I've done some very, very interesting shit. Like the Juggle Fuck Bard. The Juggle Fuck Lock. Which is basically peppering someone with Eldritch Blast while having, what is it? Booming Blast or something like that. It's some form of Warlock Eldritch Blast that knocks them back 5 feet and multicasting it as well. So it's like 3 different Eldritch Blast. I remember peppering someone with it and sending them 15 feet back, and they only had 15 feet of movement, so they would keep trying to get to me, be moved back, keep trying to get to me, move back. Eventually, 1 or 2 blasts would miss, and they would gain a little bit of ground, but most of the situations it would hit, and so they couldn't get to me. And I do like the stun locks of Warlocks, so they are pretty A tier. And finally, we have Wizards. I'm not a wizard person. I'm not. I really am not. They are the nerds kind of person, and I'm not. It don't work with me. It doesn't fit. my play style, and so I kind of don't really vibe with them as much as most people do. I think the one time I did play it, I did like a level 8 or level 6 wizard, and it wasn't really what I enjoyed. Though most of this stuff is one-offs that I really was make or break for the class. And in other situations, I've had multiple times to play the class, and I have enjoyed the class multiple times. Or I've done some sort of mess with it and been able to really abuse it. If stream goes down, my family just tugged on something, and I do apologize. My internet might kick. Not sure. But we'll find out. Now, what I'll do is I'll post the D&D class tier list real quick and prepare the final tier list of the day, which is the person tier list. And then after the tier list, we'll go into some just talking and see what all I have to say then. So let's jump over to just chatting while I do all that stuff. D&D class tier fun. Where is it? There it is. It's copy, paste. Post and post. Okay. And this is now over. So now it is going to be only me. And moving on over into moving on to the tier list now. Alright. Okay. We jump on over here. We got 5 people that have taken part of it. Let me make sure that everything lines up good. Okay. Everything does line up good. This is a first, so we only got 5 people that came out and tossed their things into the mix. I do thank each and every single one of them for taking part of it. Probably going to end up breezing through this a lot faster than I really want to, but I didn't try as hard as I really should have towards really getting more people into joining, and that's on me. That is on me. But we got the things. Now, before I start into this, I want to go ahead and say a reminder. This is from the viewpoint of Dix, not of me. His interests are different than mine to an extent. We basically are the same person, but at the same time, we are still different in our own ways. Itchy nose. And so most of these I will be as respectful to the person and everything as I can be, because I do want to make sure that everyone knows that I'm not a piece of shit person. Everyone deserves to be respected. Everyone's choices are their own. There's no reason to disrespect someone for their choices. If you don't like something about a person, that's fine, but it's not your right to bash them for it. And I want to state that before going into this, because I've seen a lot of people doing smash pass, and it's been so filled with drama because people can't give anyone's a slither of respect simply because they signed up for this. They should have known that it was going to be like this, and it's just someone wanting an excuse to be a piece of shit, and I don't vibe with that. It's a mess. But for the first one, for the first person, we have Nan, a celestial fairy prince out for snacks, adventures, and collecting frogs. Honestly, I gotta give it. I definitely Cuddle Zone. Definitely. Alright. Nan is really chill. A few times that I have interacted with them have been really good. First looks at them are just really enjoyable. I am glad to have met them. They are really cool. There's nothing bad I can say. There's really not. I they are cool. I like them. They deserve cuddles, and so they get it. That is that. Now, uh, hmm. And that's what Dix would say. Uh, Me, if I had to pick what I would probably say, I'm a sucker for fucking redheads. I ain't even gonna lie. You put a redhead in front of me, mm, redheads. God damn it. They are a weakness for me. And it just, too much. But that's Nan. Next, we have Nora. Homestuck's wild. I haven't touched Homestuck in ages. I still partly remember the story for Homestuck, but it's like, what, what the frick? I want to. I think I will eventually go back and like do the little story thing for Homestuck if it still exists. I don't know if it still exists. I think it still exists, but like Homestuck was such a out of pocket memory for me. It was really interesting. I just remembered I have a drink next to me that's nice and cold. And I should probably drink before the ice melts and ruins it. Come here, straw. But Homestuck is one of those things that everyone at some point has heard of and has some sort of memory of, I believe. And that reminds me that I actually have a alarm sound for this. Uh, a long time ago, like while I was still in school, whenever I first heard about Homestuck from like people talking about it, I wasn't like too interested in it, but I had in fact kind of looked into trying to find a new wake up alarm, and I came across the car cat alarm sound, and that became my wake up alarm. Mostly because I just needed someone to yell at me sometimes to wake up. Though if it's an actual person yelling at me, I'll tell them to shut the fuck up and leave me alone. But because it's coming from my phone, I can't really yell at it to shut the fuck up. I just turn it off and get up. And if you were to try to turn off a person, I'm pretty sure that's a crime. And I don't want to go to jail. So I'll just stick to the phone doing it. But Homestuck is really interesting. The character design is really cool. It's cute. It is cute. One of my favorite flowers is actually roses, and it's the pink roses at that. So it's really one of those things that is really nice to come across every once in a while. Plus, the color palette of black and red works really well. One of my favorite colors is a darker color, which is midnight blue. It is my overall favorite color, though most of the time I am rocking pink. I just do it. Mostly because, look at me. I am mostly pink. There are some dark spots on me, but I'm mostly pink. That is just what it is. It is what it is. But yeah, oh man. Let me look at this again. Each and every single interaction that I've had with Mora has been really good. It has been a pleasure meeting them, talking with them in chat, and so I believe this would probably be one of the times that I would say dicks would smash. um, me personally, I do find it quite interesting to meet more people, and it takes a lot for me to find interest in people. But the fact that people are finding me interesting is really nice. It is really cool to come across people like that and all that. So it is what it is. And here we have our favorite void potato, Kilda, who loves giving questionable advice. I have enjoyed watching Kilda stream. I've enjoyed the interactions that we've had, honestly, they do give me pillow vibes, and upon first meeting them, Dix would probably believe they are a plushie. Um, so definitely a cuddle zone. It's not even a challenge there. Uh, Again, good colors. Like darker colors just work really well together, and I love it. Also, I like how they said they were late, but they made it in time. It was the last day, well, almost the last day, because I gave some extra time today to try and slip some more people in, but it is what it is. And here we have our Jesus. One of the greatest villains that existed, Visk. Well, does exist. Very generous benefit packages to his henchmen. Interesting, interesting. Honestly, you want to be able to get, like, Dix to sign a contract, because he doesn't sign shit. But he would occasionally probably help out if was asked. I believe this would be a friend zone / work zone. It would definitely be one of those situations where if there was work that needed to be done and Dix could help, he would definitely help. He just wouldn't sign himself away. It is definitely one of those situations. I also do very much enjoy watching Viscula stream. He does make really good content. What I should be doing, I just realized I could always just fucking just shout out the people if they stream. But I don't know. What is it to shout out? Shout out. Yeah, okay. That is. Jesus. I have to try and remember how to shout people out if I'm going to do it. I know it's slash shout out. What's usernames? Usernames always go over my head. Go over my head. What the? I put Twitch on that spot. I'll thank them in Twitter at the end of this. But yeah, Visk is really cool. I do like to lurk in his channel here and there. It is really nice to watch him stream. Now, this is one that I didn't really expect, because I haven't really checked them out. I really should watch more people, kind of look out more areas. But we have Niles. They could... The information that they gave me was I could get you a discount on some sour gummy worms and hot dogs. Oh, and some fresh pilk. Now, me personally, this is not coming from Dix. This is me. I can only assume that those were innuendos for the fleshy members between people's legs. And Jesus Christ. This is one of the reasons why I'm just like, why did I do this? Why? Of course, I had to make it tier list of fucking smash or pass to celebrate 100 followers. I had to do it. But at the same time, whenever I think of quotes around gummy worms, I'm thinking of CBD infused gummy worms or gummy bears, and those are solid. So whenever it comes to the choices that I have, whenever it comes down to Smash, Cuddle, Friend Zone, Chat sometime, or Catch Me on a Good Day, whenever it comes to Nile, it's perfectly fine, Nora. Getting snacks is always good. Also, you get to see where I put you now. When it comes to Niles, it depends on what those are. If the quote-unquote gummy worms and hot dogs are not food, if the gummy worms are not, like, weed infused, then I'm going to be a little sad. I know there's no other choice for hot dogs, and so I know what they mean whenever they said hot dogs. Um, Also, I've never tried Pilk. I don't think I want to try Pilk. Uh, Maybe down the line I can make it a incentive or a reward for something, but Jesus Christ, I don't think I'm trying Pilk anytime soon. Uh, but for Niles, I believe I will put them in friend zone as well. And they did toss in a few other images. The hairstyle is really interesting. I might be a little too hot for them to handle because honestly, Dix is. Jesus. Ah. For a lot of people, it is very interesting to think of them sharing a bed with my own character. It is very interesting. And so, most of the situation, it will probably stick as just a friendship or just like in some situations, a full on smackdown with pillows and shit. But like, it is very interesting to think of whenever it comes to my own character. But that is the current status of Smash and Pass. And that was the last one. So where did I accidentally close that? I did accidentally close Snippet. Gotta reopen Snippet. New. And let's Snippet. Save as. Smash Pass. Friend zone. I can't do the slashes and. Okay. There. Let's save that and. Alright. Jesus. Hopefully next year I do have plenty of people. I don't know if I will be doing another Smash or Pass next year. I might just take the Smash part out and see what happens. If I end up in a relationship with someone, then that's the only person that's going in Smash. Probably. But we'll find out. But it is really nice to see how far I've come with Smash or Pass with a twist. I could probably do that. True. That could be interesting. I could do my own twist. Yeah. I might do that. I might plan that ahead. Okay. That gave me an idea. Perfect. Alright. Well, let's just jump on over. Oh god, not LOL. Not League of Legends. No. God. League of Legends is chaos. Let me make a post. Let's see. At one point, I thought of being a League of Legends streamer. There is actually a hidden video on my YouTube back whenever I first really tried streaming, and it's a small clip that I took, but it's basically me playing Cho'Gath, and someone was playing. Who were they playing? Spear chick. What's her name? What is her name? Kalista. Yeah, Kalista. Someone else on the enemy team was playing Kalista, and I feasted them and I turned them into a T-pose. It was Callista, and I made their I feasted them so strongly that they T-posed. There's a lot of people with spears in that game. A bit too many. Yeah, it's just those three. But I feel like they're going to keep adding more. Let me scroll down. Make sure that I post this. Oh yeah. Those 5 people with spears. Now, once this next set of ads plays through, I'll end up talking about overall goals for what I want to try and do for this next year. If how streaming has really affected me, if I see myself continuing to do this and all that fun stuff. But, oh man, there is so much that I can talk about today. And it's going to be a very first time for me to actually just sit here and talk for I don't know how long. But after I'm done talking, I'm probably going to pop open like one game for a little bit. And try to do something more than just talk. I do know that it can be quite boring to listen to someone just talk and talk and talk. Especially when I don't fully plan on staying that way and talking about it too much. Now then. At one point, I thought about probably being a YouTuber, saying that I don't filter myself, but at the same time, my character is very innocent typically, other than picking up English language and learning to cuss a lot. So it's just one of those situations where if I end up doing another character and doing like a split on this channel where I have occasionally I stream as Dix and occasionally I stream as my other character. My other character is definitely going to be a YouTuber because that one is actually lewd. Because I do have a few characters. This one's never really meant to become lewd. It's more just of a mental space for me. And it's really nice. But we got 4 minutes until ads roll. Occasionally, I do find myself stumbling across YouTubers, and I'm like, oh man, you know what? I'll drop them a follow. Because I do like titties. But before ads go ahead and roll, I will go ahead and mention that at the end of the day, if the headset that is currently 38% funded is practically pretty much fully funded or is fully funded by the end of today, I will be doing a 12-hour Bully Me stream on Lethal Company with the Chat's Revenge mod, as well as a couple other mods. And if we don't get it funded today at the end of the stream, whenever it does get fully funded, it will just be an 8-hour Bully Me stream. Of course, that's if it gets funded. I don't know whenever it's going to get funded, so I can't really plan a concrete date for whenever it gets going. So what I typically do with my headset is I hang it on the edge of my chair whenever I take it off. So it's one speaker on, one speaker off, and the cable is hanging down under the chair. And what I guess happened was each time I turned my chair to get up out of it, it would grind the cord against the legs of my chair. And eventually that cut into the outer cable enough to where it gave way and the inner plastic snapped. And that caused friction and pressure to build up on the cables, and as I turned my headset enough, it would eventually kind of cut into the cables using the plastic, and eventually it just blew out one of the speakers because there was no more connection between them. And then the other cable finally gave out, and now they're both dead, and I just have to deal with no headset. Luckily, my TV speakers still work, because I wasn't too sure, and I wasn't sure if my remote even worked, or my volume buttons worked, because I haven't played anything through my TV in years. And I haven't used the remote in years, so I didn't even think the batteries worked. But yeah, the cable basically fractured, and right before the speaker fully died, it began to fragment a very loud, rapid sort of screeching. That's probably the best I could describe it. Oh, yeah. It's been interesting because I was playing Subnautica with only half a headset functional. And that made it impossible to tell where the sounds were. In a directional based sound game, hearing something screech and it sounding like it's coming from the left ear when it's actually on the right, and then flipping around to try and find it, it is very panic inducing. But eventually I ended up beating both Subnauticas without, uh, of course, ads start there. Urgh. Jesus. Got jumped by the fucking Leviathans. I got lucky I didn't get killed by them. Yeah. There was so many Leviathans in those games. Like, the first Subnautica I could really deal with because whenever it first came out, I watched, like, Markiplier play it. Or someone play it, and so I knew most of the layout from memory, but it was so long ago that I barely even remembered that, and it was simply just me going at it blind, basically, and as I came across things, I would remember it, and I would be like, oh, okay, so from here I need to go and do this, because this is what I can remember from when I used to watch people play this. And with Subnautica Below Zero, I never watched anyone play that because I refused. And so I went into that one blind, and the fact that I got it done as fast as I did, it shocked me. It really did. I did not plan on beating it. But I can always go in and play those again at some point. Let's see. What else is there? Let me. I should go over to Twitch real quick. Stream info. Because tier lists are done, and do that. Okay. So, we are moving into the talking part. Now, how do I feel about streaming after 1 year? Honestly, whenever I first started streaming, like I streamed years ago for a little bit. I tried to get myself into it, but with my housing situation and everything that was going on around me, I really couldn't bring myself to be able to do it constantly as much as I wanted to. And so eventually I just couldn't do it, and so I gave up on it, and I always felt like there was something more that I could have done. And as time went on with me, and I finally moved out of one situation into another and got my own room to really do what I want, I could have started streaming a bit earlier whenever I did get over here, but I just kept pushing it off because I didn't think about it. And I never really had any sort of expectations whenever I first started streaming again, because the first day that I decided to get back into it, I told myself I was going to give myself 1 year. And if I wasn't happy with the growth that I had put out, if I wasn't happy with how everything had gone in that time, then I would simply just stop. And I would decide to simply just step away and move to something else. And with how everything has been and how everything has gone, I can thoroughly say that I am happy with how everything came out, and I'm happy with the growth of my channel and everything that I've done, and just how much I've been able to do, how much I've done, especially with how little time that I've really been going at this. Like, I mean, let me see. Let me. Let's see. I gotta get all this stuff set up. it is really satisfying to see. And this is one of the things that I want to show off. I streamed 652 hours and 41 minutes. And it's still technically climbing because I am streaming currently, and so it's counting today as well. But I streamed 3 hours at the very start, and I've just continued to kind of try and figure out my choice of hours and how long I really want to be able to stream and everything. And eventually I found myself constantly streaming at 8 hours, basically. 8 hours is my personal favorite. Of course, there's the occasional, what is it, 12 hours that I've done. And I believe that was the 24-hour stream that I did. And that is absurd that I've streamed that long. And in that first day I went up 5 followers, and that was really exciting for me, and I was happy to see it. And then I just had this steady growth. Even whenever I was kind of out of it because of my GPU in October, November, and December, my GPU was just not there for me and I needed to get a replacement. I still had people who occasionally gave me a follow. And that was really cool to see. And with all of the time that I've put it in, I'm truly glad to see the growth that I've done. And one of the things with me is it takes a lot for me to really burn out on something. And whenever it came down to it, the reason why I didn't really get into streaming whenever I first tried, it was because I just didn't have people to support me in trying to do it. My family wasn't really there for me in the regards that I needed them to be, and so I did burn out really quick whenever I first tried it. And I didn't really feel like I was being supported by anyone in the way that I needed to continue to do it. And in 1 year, to see that I have been able to just do something most people have struggled to do with getting affiliate, it means a lot to me, and I want to continue to do this. Now, one of the things that I do know is I do have to take a little bit of a step away from it and try to get a income for myself currently, but this is going to be one of the things that I will still continue to work on and continue to grow, because I do want to do this long term. I do want to do this continuously. I I've not felt any other way about any other job before. And the fact that I already see this as a job and I like it says a lot, because I've never had a job that I really liked. And whenever I ever labeled something as a job, I typically was not interested in it for the long term. But this has been something that I've practically fell in love with, and I want to continue to do this and make people happy. I want to make people have fun, have a good time, and I want to have 10, 20, 30 years of doing this. I honestly don't ever want to make it about the money or anything. And that's why, for whenever I hit 100 followers, I wasn't very big on putting anything onto the phone at first. And even now, I just want to put things on phone for later dates and stuff, and give people ideas of what to sort of suggest to me. I don't really want people to buy things for me, and I absolutely hate pushing my phone, but it's also because I don't really think of any good incentives for anything. And this is probably the first incentive that I've actually thought was a good idea, which was the Bully Me stream. It's really fun. It should be fun. It gives people a reason to choose to help or hinder me in a game, and I think that would be fun. Eventually, I want to do really fun and interesting things like new models. I want to be able to do emotes. I want all of this interesting stuff that people can enjoy and use, and I want to be able to come up with interesting and fun incentives for people to support me, instead of just, oh, I'm making you content, isn't that enough? That, that's not okay. That's it's more than that to me. It's, if I can make you smile, if I can make you laugh, if I can make you have a better day, then that's enough for me. Yeah, that's what I want it to be. And so I don't want to actually ever put in like any big money goals or anything like that, because I don't really see an interest in it. Like, if I ever get to the point where people want to suggest emotes and everything, and I do a poll on them, and we end up getting like a tie for like 3 or 4 of them, I would make it a incentive to where if they pay for the price of one, I'll pay for the price of the other 3, and we'll get all of them, because why not? Like that to me would be interesting, but at the same time, it's not making everyone else pay for it. And I just want to have fun. That's really it. I just want to have fun. I want to have fun with people. I want to make people have fun. It's that's the journey goal. That is the end goal. Just have fun. Uh, for next year, I honestly don't know what the end goal will be for one more year. I I know that I have my affiliate celebration coming up in August, which will be the day that I finally have 1 year as being a Twitch affiliate. I hope to hopefully be about 150 followers by then. I do hope for that, because if I can get to that point, I think that everything will be a bit easier to continue to push forward. And I'd be 3 times the amount of follows that I needed when I first needed to get affiliate. And I think that would be really, really funny to think about. Be able to say 3 years ago, whenever I got affiliate, 1 year ago, whenever I got affiliate, I was only at like 75 follows, I think. And I think I was at 75 followers. If I get to 150, I would have gotten 75 more followers in that span. But I can only think of hopefully progressing us farther and having more fun. But it's just thinking of all those smaller things now. What small things can I do? And that's probably one of the issues that I have is thinking small to think big. Because as I stated before, I don't have any tattoos, but each time I try to think of a tattoo, I think of a base design, and then it gets out of hand, and then I get overwhelmed and I can't think of anything anymore. Oh god. I will not ever go to TikTok. I can't stand TikTok. I don't know why. I can't. I wish Vine would come back. I could probably get into Vine again. But like I do need to try and figure out getting into doing shorts. I need to get better at making clips, funny moments. I need to make more funny moments to clip. But in the end, it's just trying to really, yeah. I have 2 YouTube shorts that I've done, and that's it. And yeah, anytime there's any kind of shorts, like on YouTube or TikTok, depending on who's running it, it's either a cesspool of degeneracy or chaos. And I think I definitely prefer the chaos of YouTube over TikTok. Though I am also trying to move off of Twitter into Blue Sky because I can't stand Twitter anymore. I don't want to exist on Twitter anymore. I just want to be on an app that's relatively decent and ran by people who actually care. Uh, I could feel my voice, my vocal box kind of getting fungly from talking so much. This is probably the most that I've ever talked in one of my streams, which is amazing, but at the same time, it's kind of like, that's kind of sad. But at the same time, I do need to get, that's one of the things that I do need to work on is talking more. And that is something that I want to continue to work on and grow. But for this next year, I also want to work on trying to get myself into doing collaborations with people, and I think that would be a I don't play I don't play Pokemon. I used to play Pokemon whenever I was younger, like for like a little bit, but like I kind of dropped it, and there's a lot of the characters in Pokemon that are just like, I don't understand how people can do what they do with those characters in Pokemon. I'm like, what the fuck? I've seen I have seen the pits of hell whenever it comes to that shit. I don't want to see it again. And yeah, TikTok, I simply just stay away from it. I don't even have it on my phone. I've never installed it on my phone. I've had people try to send me links to TikToks before, and I was like, nah, just find it on YouTube and send it to me. But there have been a few times where the video that I was looking for is simply only on TikTok, and so I had to scramble my brain for like 5 seconds as I clicked onto it, copied the link, clicked off, and sent it to someone. But my goals will be to kind of get myself out of my bubble and get into doing collaborations. And you gotta avoid the source. Um, that's why I kind of avoid anything from fucking Blizzard, and I don't use their BattleNet. Fucking, it is the source of so much wrong, and I refuse to deal with it. Honestly, I'm surprised people still play Overwatch. Jesus. Uh, but I do want to continue to grow on myself and do better. I want to. I want to eventually finish working on the Discord that I have partially built up. Because I do have a Discord that's decently put together. it's just trying to figure out the bots and how to integrate all of that into it. Once I can figure that out and get them set up properly and do all that, I'll have a Discord set up and I'll be able to invite people and do all that. And yeah, collabs can be pretty fun. If you share one singular brain cell among both of you, it can be complete chaos that is funny to watch. And there have been a very few people that have actually been able to match my wavelength and been able to get me to be dumb enough. And in one of those situations, like with the Bully Me stream, I am going to be keeping it open by hopefully having my Discord open at the time that I kind of do get the date set up, because I want to have people be able to come in and join, and I believe it would be very fun to really have people jump in on the stream and play with me, and it'll give me a sort of vibe check for them and them a vibe check for me to see if they want to have me on their stream eventually and do a collab. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to do the Bully Me stream and have my Discord open. But if I can't get the Discord fully open before the Bully Me stream happens, then I will probably be doing it solo the entire time, and I'm not sure if that's going to be too fun. Especially when Lethal Company is better with multiple people. The panic of a single person running around as people spawn in, Jesters and Jack in the Box, and what else is there? Nutcrackers and Flower Man, Brackern, and Yippee Bugs and all that stuff. Having people spawn those in as a single person's running through the hallways, panicking because they have to get outside with loot on like the final day to actually turn in, well, get off the planet and turn in everything that they have on the ship. I believe that is also pretty interesting, but it would be better with one person on ship laughing their ass off until a dog runs in and eats them. But there's a lot of ideas that I have that are bouncing around in my head, and it's simply just getting them fully fleshed out and done. And one of the things that I have tried to wrestle myself into doing is asking people who have a Discord, who have a Discord bot set up and know how to work it, if they would mind helping me out with my own. But at the same time, I don't want to intrude on them, and it messes with me to think of doing that. It's one of the reasons why I don't like messaging people in the first place. I don't want to feel like a bother. And it's a lot to deal with and think about. Jesus. But one of the things that I do want to eventually work towards and hopefully end up getting is possibly getting partner. And one of the things that is very interesting about that is, let me just let me do this. Let me if we look at this, I already do so much to the point where it is very possible for me to easily get close to doing partner. It's simply just the viewers, and that's just getting more people to come in and watch me, and that's it. And I could definitely do that. It's just time. And eventually I believe I can do it. And it is something that I want to be able to do, but in the span of 1 year, while affiliate was possible, I don't believe I'll be able to do it with partner. Not unless by some miracle I can get everyone that follows me currently to come out and watch me stream. And I believe currently at the time about uh do, 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 do. I get an occasional follower of mine that pops in that watches me, but a lot of people, it's like, even with my go live notification, like nobody ever comes out off of it. And if I did have everyone that it reaches out to ping come out and watch, that's 70% of my followers that would get the notification. And I believe that would be like a little less than 71, maybe just 71 people, which means I would need 4 more people on top of that. And so I would theoretically get partner with how much my go live notification reaches, which is 70%. I would need about maybe 140, 130 followers. To get 75. Yeah. I also know if you haven't streamed in like 3 months, they cut off your notifications as well. And so you actually have to go in and click back onto the streamer just to get your notifications again. So that 3 month gap where I didn't stream, I lost most of the people that typically would kind of pop in every once in a while. And so I've been slowly getting my viewer count back up because I was at a flat uh, 4.0 viewer typically a week, and I'm at 1.8 now. And so that 3 month break really kind of fucked me, especially because I couldn't do anything. My GPU was dead. And it just kind of really just. There's a lot that I want to be able to do, kind of fix up, and eventually get my engagement back up to a point where I can really feasibly see myself getting to partner. But, oh, Jesus. There's a lot that I need to think about fixing up and working on. And I think the first thing that I'm going to really be doing is getting that Discord set up, because I want to have a Discord. I believe that having a Discord would probably be better than Twitter, because Twitter sucks, and I already get absolutely fucked by Twitter anyways. Most of the people who end up seeing my stuff is like only 5% of my following, which is 5 people on Twitter. And I'm pretty sure it's only bots, mostly. And so I have to hope that on occasion one real person will see my post, and so I believe getting a Discord would be the best option, because then the people who do want to support me, who want to hang out and exist and see whenever I go live, will be able to see when I go live. They will be able to know when I go live, because they'll get a notification guaranteed. And I won't have to worry about Twitch or Twitter giving a notification. I won't have to worry about anything else. As long as the Discord bot is set up, I will have everything consistent. And so that's my big goal right now, is Discord. That's my first small big goal. And after that, I believe the next thing for me to do is try and get myself to the situation where I can hopefully pay someone to be able to go and watch VODs for me, make clips for me, and really help out, because I want to be able to pay people for their time, especially if they're trying to help me. I don't like free labor. It makes no sense. I won't even accept my friend Fatal just doing something unless he sneaks it. But I needed to figure out Discord bots. That's definitely one of the things that I need to work on. Along with that, I want to hopefully get fully back into art and do some more of my emotes, try to get myself comfortable enough to where I can do them on my own if I need to, because I've made one of my emotes, and eventually I can always get someone else to do them and update them, and that would be nice. But for the time being, while it's just me, I should make sure that I have some sort of emotes. Hmm. What else is there? I need to work on updating the backgrounds that I have. Eventually, I'll hire someone to make the actual backgrounds for me. I don't think I'll ever do a overlay, because I don't really care for an overlay. Most of the things, like, I like how my follow roll is just in the corner. I don't really care if it covers up anything in a game or anything, because if it's covering something in a game, then it probably wasn't important in the game in the first place. Because why would they shove it in the corner where it's out of your view and you have to kind of just jerk your head up into the corner of your screen just to see it? Like, now the bottom corners, typically your eyes are towards the bottom of your screen, so it's normal for things to be there, and that's probably the only spot that I will actually pay attention to if I cover something, because it does matter. Hmm. That just made me realize something. Just idly going through, like, my overviews and everything, and noticing that the revenue doesn't add up, which is understandable. Someone ended up refunding a sub, I guess, which explains why I'm not at 50 technically. Because I would already be done with my first, like, set of revenue and be able to throw $50 towards the new headset. Yeah, I don't really care for ad revenue. I really want to get rid of ads, but, like, at the same time, the best option that I've come across whenever it comes to ads is 3-minute ads every hour with pre-roll ads turned off. The only way to turn off pre-roll ads is by playing 3 minutes of ads every hour, and I do it at the start of every stream and every hour after, so I don't have to deal with pre-rolls whenever someone comes in, so they don't have to instantly come in, see ads, and be like, which was how I had it set up, but at some point it got reset, and I was like, what? But yeah, that would be the cost of one sub. Yeah. One person ended up subbing at some point and refunded it. Which personally, if you accidentally sub, I'm 100% refund it. I get your money back. I don't care. But it is interesting to see that it doesn't like tell you in the overview. Like it just tells you you've made this much money in revenue, but whenever you go to your payouts, it's like no, you're still this much short, and I'm like, that doesn't add up. But what's another thing that I really want to work on? I want to work on being able to be more engaging, definitely. I need to be able to think of events, incentives for the events. Just there's so much that I need to work on and get ideas for, and my brain just sometimes can't handle it. Like this is definitely going to be something that really puts me into a stress test situation, and it's what I need. It is what I need because I need things to challenge my brain. I do need that because I have been deteriorating mentally, and it's not good to see my memory just fade away over years. And having things that push my brain to think more and everything will help keep myself stable and probably improve my brain more. Like I remember years ago whenever I was young and dumb and had a phase of myself where writing a lot was necessary and being able to be a decent speller was also needed. I could write a lot and I was pretty detailed with my writing, but now I can barely think of anything. And it's sad to see. And I want to work on fixing that as well. And there's a lot to work on and a lot to improve, and it's simply just time and effort. And that's exactly what I'm going to be pushing forward. And yeah, I got to get all those juices flowing. The brain juice must be pumping. Uh but Jesus. Other than that, I really don't know what else to talk about. Jesus. I can't believe I just spent an hour talking. It's rare for me to do that. Just idle chatter. Oh, we got ads in about 5 minutes. 5-6 minutes. It's interesting to see that that's saying that 5 minutes early though. Ah, my nose. Jesus. What else is there to talk about? What else is there to do? I think another thing that I should probably work on is new Fallout series. I think I've seen a small bit of it, like as a commercial. I used to be big into Fallout, but then Bethesda turned into a bunch of fucking idiots and couldn't keep out with the promises that they made and kind of fucked over pre-order people and then fucked up their own game on launch and continued to constantly fuck up. Of course, then trying to mitigate the damage that they caused by updating in different ways to try and hide the fact that they were trying to make microtransactions a major part of their game, but failed to do so, and people caught on. So I kind of just, I've been avoiding everything Fallout. Anything by, like, Bethesda, Blizzard, anything by them, I've been just avoiding. I can't bring myself to touch anything of theirs anymore. I thought at one point I might have a Fallout game on my computer, but no. But let's think. I might end up playing a game for the rest of the day. I'm not too sure. I have to figure out which game can last 3 hours. I could do Twitch integrated Bind of Isaac for the last 3 hours. Just to blow off the rest of the day. But I'll have to remember how to get it set back up. Let's see. Isaac, workshop. Let's see. Well, as it's going, I'll try to get this all set back up. Let's see. Okay, so that is set up. Do 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 do. Let's see. Okay. Start it back up. Once this is okay. Ugh. Alright. That should be everything set up. Come on. There we go. Okay. So for the final 3 hours, if anything comes into mind, I'll probably talk about it as I do this, but I'll just kind of let you guys fuck around with me for the last 3 hours. Because this is going to definitely be getting a reset. This is like my bullshit save for the time being. Let me start the run. Start. Doo-doo-doo. Okay, let's see. There we go. Now, as I kind of bullshit around with this. Jesus. Why is it a day like today it gives me so much money? Ah, Jesus. It's gonna be a lot of hearts whenever I take damage. Honestly, I don't know what those items. Jesus, what the fuck? Jesus. Jesus. What the frick is going on? Okay, so standing still makes me gassy, okay? I feel like I'm committing a war crime over here. Okay, that was interesting. equals power. If I get another key, I'm coming back to that. Okay, let's go. I got a bean. Butter bean. Bean with the butter. Grab a key. Make sure that I have plenty of them. Let's see what this is. Those are all pickups. Oh, Jesus. What else do I plan on doing with my channel? At least I can get things out of areas with that. the fuck? Shredded. Jesus. Woo no. It's been a while since I've actually ran this mod, so a lot of these are still confusing me. Shit. Eh. What is this? Temporary binding? Alright, let's see. Got rid of all my health. I am now in the void as Eve. This is fantastic. Jesus. That is terrible. But one of the things that I really need to do after I get probably the Discord set up is I'm going to be taking a look at my typical schedule and when I typically stream and change it up a little bit to make room for a 7 to 3 kind of job, or a 9 to 5 as people typically call them. And just get myself income. Because I do need to kind of think about everything else as well as what I'm doing with Twitch, and if I can't afford my own lifestyle currently, then I need to probably prioritize making myself income to be able to continue to do this as I want. And so just means I have to kind of think about everything and more than just ow, more than just trying to do what I want and hoping things work out how I want them to. Even though for the time currently, it has been working out for me and I have made progress, I still need to continue to do more. And the only way to successfully do more is make sure that I have a way to afford more. Can't even see the map, so ooh. Oh man, I haven't seen this item in a while. Of course. Sad more of those rocks damn break. That jittering is gonna be annoying as fuck. Down we go. Jesus. What the fuck? Eh. I haven't even got my item moves. So I'm keep running around. Nothing there. Belly is a little on the upset side. It started to like zone out. Everything that was on my mind pretty much is all out, and I can't really think of anything to say. In my admin. So much money. Hmm. Okay, let's see. Oh, I just realized. Probably be wise to jump over here. Hmm. Change the title to just messing around. Jesus. While we're paused, though, I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom. Stomach is rumbling. Never I'm back, but like ads are about to start in like 3 minutes. Hmm. Go ahead and keep doing this because it's a mess that I can mess with. All right. Now I just sit here until that happens. And ads should be playing in 20 seconds. Ah. There's ads. Okay, let's see. Jesus. Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Honestly, I'm not really feeling this. Hmm. Uh, might actually call it here a little bit earlier. Because I do want to go ahead and start trying to work on getting everything else set up and get to work on trying to finish my Discord. Because if I can get the Discord server set up, I could be done with that, and I think that would be a good use of my time currently. And I mean, we have, what is it, 9, 10, 11, 3.5 hours until the day is over, and then it's a done deal for gaining 4 more hours on the Bully Me stream. Uh, mm, Honestly, yeah. If we don't get it fully paid for, then honestly, I think that just means you guys just don't want to bully me. And that means a lot to me, but at the same time, I was hoping that would be good enough incentive. But it's understandable. Let's see. Hmm. Call it a little bit early, yeah. Hmm. I think I will rate us over into Manny. I'm currently playing content warning, so I probably won't stick around too long because I don't want to spoil myself on that if I do plan on picking it up later and playing it. But I do want to go ahead and stop in, say hi, and uh, all that stuff. I do also want to, yeah. I also want to say thank you to everyone who came out today and hung out. I really, man, I really wouldn't want to spend 1 year anywhere else except for here. Here's for the future, you know. No, might as well go give Manny some love. Uh, thank her for being one of the reasons why I got out of my slump and really gave myself a full year of doing this to really solidify if I wanted to keep doing this or if I was just wasting my time with a unreachable dream. As usual, thank you all for coming out. Hope to see you next week in the next stream. Goodbye for now.